Okay, we're back with Final Fantasy 13. I think I have a play method to try to maximize my fun here, and that is to just try to get to the end. Just try to finish, you know? Ignore as many battles as possible because they're usually not worth it. Although maybe do battles sometimes if I find some that give a good amount of Christogen points. If I can make my own game out of not playing Final Fantasy 13, I feel like that would be ideal. Look at that. It's a little bit of a juke. It's a juking game. That's what this is. Game looks maybe a bit loud and equalizer, but it's hard to tell with that Eidolon thing running around. Eidolon. Yeah, great. Happy Thursday / Friday. Today we're playing the woodcutting game from Shenmue 3, except replace all of the sound effects with someone screaming.
How about some of this?
Regular robots are worth fighting. I feel like if I need to farm, I'm just going to come back here and find a group of 5 of those regular robots, because they give a ton of Christogen points. They have decent money drops. Posted screenshots of it in Discord, but yeah, the Steam Cleaner Juggernaut boss or whatever took like 20 times as long to kill and gave roughly the same XP and worse drops. Maybe it has a chance to drop something good.
No way through. Man, that foul C must have been slacking. Wait!
Stop already! Ugh, the vile peaks all over again.
Hey!
Hope! Get out
Are they
of
gonna
there!
make me fight one now? It's been optional up to this point. Oh wait.
Is she trying to
Thanks.
stop it? You can do it! What are they doing?
Ooh, well that was cool. Go robot guys.
Good lesson for us. Not even a mighty foul C is a match for the power of teamwork. That is inspiration right there.
Save the sermons, old man.
What is happening?
Let's hop on Trailblazer here, while we still have the chance. Let's go.
Oh, it's a Tomos, okay. Well, if you just get on there unceremonious, it's like, why does it stop for you? I don't know, those robot things stop it or something? Who cares? Nothing. Hope and Vanille got their Eidolons for no reason. We had some optional scenes where we learned more about Ragnarok, which were pretty fucking important, but we're just kind of squirreled away in a little corner there. Whatever, that's fine. The warp point, I think it's worth taking. Is it just waiting here now as a... Why? Why? What the f... I don't need to know every giant rolling ball monster's motivation, but that thing's supposed to be a fal'Cie, right? Like... It's just a bus now? It kind of undermines... Ugh. I love that the best they could come up with for the reason I'm riding in a fal'Cie is, I don't know, some robot stopped it or something. It's fine.
What you doing?
I was talking to Sarah.
Now it's super quiet again. I'm turning it back up.
Telling her that we're all gonna be okay.
It's so pretty. Sarah, you'd been crying, hadn't you? Back when we first met? This place was beautiful, and my focus was to destroy it. I decided to do nothing, and wait to become a thief. But because I did nothing, others got dragged into this nightmare, and I was the one to blame. How's the scrape? Huh? Fine. Much better, thanks to you. Oh, sure you don't mind. I mean, I'm not keeping you from anything, am I? Not at all. Don't worry. I could sit here for hours. Hey, Sarah. Do you think we'll meet again? We might. Sure. See, the thing is, I was chasing after someone. And there's something I really need to apologize for. But I just can't ever find the words. Gee, that's gotta be tough, huh? Yes. I even have nightmares about it. Well, if it's too much to deal with, face it later. Really? Sometimes things seem easier when you look at them from a distance, you know? But does that really work? Good question. I'll let you know. Actually,
These scenes are
I've
so
been trying
baffling
to
to me.
keep something at a distance myself lately. Like what? Don't laugh, okay? It's a dream I had.
I think this is the first story event since the tutorial ended.
I dreamt I destroyed the world. It was terrifying. I needed some time alone. It had me so scared, I tried to run away. But then
This isn't a translation
my
problem, this
boyfriend,
is a structure
he
problem.
came chasing after me.
The scene doesn't resonate with anything that's
That's what I
happened
understood.
recently outside of the
Running away
flashback.
and leaving behind the people you care about? That isn't love.
It's broken in every conceivable way.
You might
Like,
just want to keep them safe. Shutting them out of your life only hurts them more. The point is, I have people I can count on. I'll make it through. I think you'll be fine. And you will be too. You'll find the words. I'm sure of it.
in 2009 is pretty far past that being an issue for AAA games.
I'm so sorry. What else can I say? not the one you should be asking, Vanille. You'll know what to say when you find your friend. You'll see.
There's some edit of this game that tries to put things in a sensical order
You mean you
that
met
maybe is
Sarah?
easier to follow.
I tried to hide our focus, and she ended up a l'Cie. I wanted to say I was sorry, but...
Well, when we rescue her, maybe you'll get the chance.
It's different from like Resident Evil 6 where it was like the individual scenes were fine but all the connecting tissue was deleted
I think Sarah
or missing.
saw the same vision of Ragnarok that we did. Which means Daisley had to be lying when he explained her focus. I think she beat it. She handed Cocoon over to us, and that's what made her turn to Crystal.
Yeah.
Yep. I know.
Like, I know our movie doesn't make any sense, but don't worry. We included a copy of the script for you to read. Pause it occasionally and go check that out. It's like they filmed. Oh no, it's not. It's like they storyboarded 100 scenes in some order. And then of those 100 scenes, they only actually shot like 60 of them, and then they present them to you in basically random order. And in between those scenes, you have gameplay sequences that are generally wholly disconnected from the other story stuff. Occasionally you get a scene where the thing that's happening correlates with the battle that's occurring. Like, the one that stuck out for me was when Saj gets his Eidolon. Like, okay, this is a scene that makes sense for this to happen. It doesn't seem like this character is just getting their Eidolon here because, shit, we need to give them their Eidolon now. Aquabane brooch is probably bar water. Critical bar water. Wow. I wonder what is even the likelihood of critical bar water proccing and being relevant for a single attack in this game. Let's see how this goes.
Not so fast. Cheers. Back under your rock.
I think I can slip it back right now. I have to go ride the Falsey bus back. Because I guess it's just a bus now. Like, I'm fine with us riding a Falsey, that even seems kind of cool, but like a different Final Fantasy would have a big sequence where you like tame the lunar whale or something, right? Or befriend Bahamut, or there's some reason why you're boarding this god, basically. But here it's like, I don't know, some robot stopped it, I guess you can ride it now. But only from point A to point B. Yeah, super on purpose, exactly. But it'll wait for me until I come back to it to ride it back. It's a thing I can't activate yet, okay.
still with us, Cocoon? I wonder
Yeah, I did
what's
that
going
one.
on up there.
Will you look at that view? I say we set up camp right here tonight.
I'll try to do them if they're right on my path, but it really doesn't seem worth going out of my way for the ones that aren't teleporters. Unless if they like, if one of them unlocks some important mechanic or shop or something, go ahead and tell me, but most of them it just seems like, here's a regular battle that has a star on it.
How's Sarah?
That I guess sometimes they drop like an interesting accessory,
Sarah's
but...
left
Or it's Gigantor and it's like a super boss and you can't fight it right now.
Feels so far away now. Sarah says she wants to talk. She'd probably prefer it if you skipped the lectures. Hey!
Once we're home, what's your plan? You're getting married, right?
What's that?
Sarah wants to know.
Don't scare me like that.
You are getting married, aren't you? Don't you let her down, you hear me?
Don't worry. This tear will be her last. I'll make sure of that.
That's all I need to know.
We will see her, right?
Just see if there's like a ton of
Don't
fan
go there.
fiction for this game,
No
right?
room for doubt.
You're right.
Virtually all these characters except for
We'll see
Saz
again.
are
And
blank
soon.
slates.
You convinced me of that. So stay strong.
Right. Gunblade
Don't
wedding.
worry. We'll finish this and go see her together.
I find fan fiction works best when you have like really well established characters where anybody can you can ask like, what would Waka do if this happened, right? I don't know that I could answer that for most of this cast. I don't know if that's something that the script or the codex or whatever could even answer, right? Because you can't really do characterization there. You can just lay out the chronological order of events. Sorry. I can see how much money I have now. Probably still can't afford that thing. All these different items. My dream afterlife is real, where you get to like float around as a ghost throughout history, time travel, and like view things from different camera angles until you get bored of it and want to self-terminate. I would love to like look inside the boardroom for this game and see if at some point during development they had a wildly different crafting system where all these individual items actually mattered in some way. And I learn about their cultures. It's implied that Vanille and Fang have a different culture because they're from here, but even that we don't get a lot of information about, right? Very odd.
Look at that.
Pretty.
We get through there, and we'll be in Aber.
You're almost home.
Yep.
I feel like the problem is they'd all
Doesn't
do what a
exactly
hero
look like
character would
it's gonna
do.
be a leisurely
So like
stroll.
the actual character trait of Snow is that he's loud.
A false seed!
Oh, So we just head through this Foul Seas layer to get to Airboat, right?
What's another foul sea at this point, huh?
There's something strange about that one.
Goblin Chieftain. I think this is our third Goblin Chieftain Seathstone quest, but we'll see. That's a warp point, so I probably want it. Worth fighting a single dog? Yeah, they're orange, right?
Eat this! Eat this!
Managami. I'll just do double commando on these guys.
Thank you.
This guy. If I never Libra, but I encountered the same enemy multiple times, they will eventually learn not to bother with statuses that that enemy is immune to, right? TP system feels weird. I don't. That was Days that got me the win there, I guess? Okay.
Guess there's nothing stopping us from finding it.
Got to pay attention to how much CP I get from this fight here. I feel like TP is trying to give you, like, strategic resource to manage in between battles, but it also doesn't really make a lot of sense to me the way they implemented it. It's also like the first TP regenerates immediately. Each additional TP takes longer and longer to regenerate, if I'm looking at those little segments correctly. I played Get in the Car Loser last week after playing this game, so I was able to play it with fresh eyes, more familiar with this game, and it does a lot of things in ways that make so much more sense. Part of that's not Final Fantasy XIII's fault, because it's like the broken draw system in Final Fantasy VIII or the broken leveling system in Final Fantasy II. Something that needed more iteration to actually work. And maybe the sequels fix it in some ways, I don't know. I might be misunderstanding how Get in the Car Loser does it, but even if I'm misunderstanding it, the way I misunderstand it would be better. But healing in that game, at least I thought, was like shields in Final Fantasy XIV. That instead of actually recovering health, if the person is full on health, it gives them a shield equal to up to their max health. I think that would be way better in this game. You'd switch to medic and like shield everybody so you can proactively prevent damage instead of having to react to it. Because this system seems to work when you're able to be proactive, and the more reactive it requires you to be, the worse it feels. Yeah, this is our third goblin fight. No, this is our fourth one because we had two Munchkin Maestro Seathstone quests. The Munchkin Maestros are palette swaps of goblins. And then we had a goblin one in the Calmlands. And as far as I can tell, the Munchkin Maestro is the same enemy as like a regular. It's not even like a notorious monster or something. Oh, I see. So this is basically combining two missions. It's you fight the Munchkin Maestro and the Goblin Chieftain as part of the same battle. Got it. Mission complete. More warp points. I was trying to get... Hey, thanks, Kami. How you been? I need to get her an accessory. Yeah. It's really far into this tree. I hate putting any points into Sentinel. Getting the Car Losers version of Sentinel makes so much more sense too. It's like there's one character who in their first paradigm you might want to set them to be the game's equivalent of a Sentinel, and what they do is they do an attack that deals damage called Taunt. And Taunt damages an enemy, causes all enemies to target that character, and then they also get a defensive buff for like 13 seconds. So you have those 13 seconds to swap out of Sentinel and do literally anything else. Anything other than Ravager and maybe Commando. Focus on abilities first if possible. Okay, thank you. Oh, shit's like stupid expensive now, okay. Got him as ATB level. You have two characters in the party who can both cast a buff. Does the game make any effort to like be smart about them casting it, or can two of them accidentally cast the same buff on the same character, thus wasting their turn? Thanks again for sharing Last Epoch yesterday, Kami, if you were around. That game was really fun. Did they run it? Okay, whatever. Let me know at least when multiplayer is stable. I might try to get Kat into it, because I think he would enjoy that game. I already scanned these assholes. I just drop auto battle. He's already wore off. Okay, never mind.
Stay calm and do this.
This gives me the heebie-jeebies.
I don't like the air here.
Okay. Okay. There's a cutscene there. The jaw harp?
Huh? I'm not the only one hearing that, am I?
No, it couldn't be them. Could it?
I don't know. It's weird. Like voices in my head.
I hear it. Your presence here draws the tyrant's gaze. Leave this place at once.
We can't leave. This is the only way for us to get through. Please, help us.
As you wish. Look for us, and the way will open.
Okay. That makes sense, Aki.
Uh-huh.
Well, that was easy enough.
You never know. Could be a trap.
Could be. Don't see no stairs, though. Do you?
Nope. This is our ride. Bumpy or not.
So is it the only thing in this whole room? Because I would laugh. Bunch of dogs and then that. See if I can get enough money to buy this thing. I love the functions only once per battle stipulation. Like, it would ever possibly proc more than once anyway, you know? I want to get rid of a lot of this stuff, but I'm probably going to have to evolve it later. I guess I could look at what I'm able to buy. And if I'm able to buy it, then I can just sell it now. Angles, wristbands. Anything that's resist 30%, it looks like I can safely sell. I have rune bracelets too. Okay. Platinum bangle's worth a lot. You said one of those was what was behind the Juggernaut guy that I skipped and then beat later in a different part of the level. The resist element stuff in here too. No, actually. Okay. I see. Could try to go back there, because now that I've beaten him in later in the dungeon, I can get the drop, but... I already have the max. Does it even show me my current XP multiplier on the screen? I don't think it does. I have to do a couple other things. Hold on. Bring up my little document. 1 second. TrueAchievements.com. Like just barely short of it or something. Oh, that was the problem. Okay. So 11. I need a total of 22, I think. Sorry, my brain just broke. Sturdy bone. Wow, if you don't do this correctly, that's such a shocking waste, right? I think this is supposed to be enough. If it's not, I'll just do 36 sturdy bones. It wasn't. I don't know why the guide says 36x plus 22x. Maybe that puts you like 1 XP short or something. If you don't do this, you can waste 300,000 gil. You're just kind of messing around and not using a guide. My lifetime gil earnings is probably like 400,000 gil, I would think. Maybe 500,000. Yeah. They become cheap at this stage of the game. They were still expensive earlier on. For some reason my brain keeps short-circuiting on the screen. Sure. For someone who understands the crafting system, I understand that it's not a big cost, but someone who's just trying to play the game, though, without thinking about it too much. Wow. Why is that so much better? Whatever. Now I can work on this one. That's Hawkeye into Eagle Talon. I need a Perovskite, but I need 30,000 gil for that, which I don't have. And I guess I have to be able to afford all the superconductors as well. Look around here in case there's any items. does seem to be a situation of like once you already know how everything in Final Fantasy 13 works, you can look at all of those systems and like reverse engineer how they make sense to you already knowing how it works, right? Once you've already read the whole codex and you've already beaten the game, you already know how the crafting system works and stuff, like then it can kind of make sense ex post facto, but like in the moment as you're trying to figure it out, it's like, what is all of this and why is it structured this way? Yeah, I thought that was like a music box.
Stay cool. Stay cool.
Suddenly possessed by this fear that the games with like final battles and require me to not use any of these three characters and use three characters whose weapons I haven't upgraded.
Are you toying with us? Move! Looks like somebody's got a temper.
What? Like,
Want me to check things out?
so if that thing hadn't have shown up and busted a hole in that wall, okay.
Eat this!
I'm just immune to every status effect.
Don't get predictable. Change of plans. Eat this! All right.
Fang's weapon upgrade was basically unnoticeable, but Saj's upgrade is like insane, apparently. Suddenly that stagger meter is just filling instantly almost. These guys also have a low stagger threshold, but
Let's keep this up.
oh, crotch of the stone lion thing. What do you want? Oh, okay. Basically a Seathstone mission. Hey Charles, how you doing? Seathstone missions are... You know, superficially, they're like Final Fantasy XII's hunts. Kind of. just shouldn't bother. I don't know why I bother. Super not worth it. I have to do mission 21, right? It said mission 21A, because I have to do them to progress.
Thank you.
Good. No worries, thanks for looking out, I appreciate it. You got confused for a second there. Am I just doing significant damage now because of the chain bonus?
Didn't even break a sweat.
Speed sash. Auto haste would be nice. Gain ATB charge on kill.
Didn't even break a sweat.
How does that work? The one that lets you use TP abilities every fight. Most TP abilities are bad, right? Like, Libra is kind of useful. Am I right that summoning is basically a waste of time? Missing a good use case for summoning? Focusing down hope for some reason. I just used up all my TP. I don't want to waste the money on Phoenix Down. Just let him kill me, it's fine. So I have a retry button. Okay, just rushes down Hope. So, if Commando detects that an enemy has D-Shell, will they start using Ruin even if they would do way more damage if they would do attack? Particle accelerator times 3. Am I reading this right? That to max the ultimate weapon, you need, for some weapons, as many as 21 ultra reactors? Is there a better source of money than the Chocobos? 21 times 50,000 gil. It's hard for me to describe what feels weird about this, like, little mini quest to advance from the second floor. Like, I feel like I've played plenty of JRPGs that have had weird little go kill the 3 mini bosses to progress quests, but here we like rolled on up here and it's like, I don't know, go do this, I guess, whatever. And the enemies just spawn after you talk to the guy. Very strange. Chocobo was the worst money farm that counts as an Indian farm. It's the most accessible farm, then, I assume? Say he was immune to all those things necessarily, did it? No, whatever. Just thank you, long transition animation stopping me from maintaining stagger. Yeah. Some of these fights are so fucking weird. This was such a weird fight. Like, armored enemy hits you once every 30 seconds or so for, like, not enough damage to warrant you ever having to heal or anything. Stagger and then knock up and it dies immediately. And, like, that's like, I guess, a mini-boss? I don't know. The combat system in this game does not seem to have any sort of threat escalation. And it very rarely has a fight that was really asking you to do something really unusual, you know? Something I was enjoying about getting the car loser. One of the things that it does that I think is borderline correct for this kind of paradigm system is that instead of having you only control one character and the other characters are autopilot, each character has an action bound to, you know, A, B, X, or Y, and you can set the target separately for each one of them. And so it plays around with the whole strategic combat thing by having you fight enemies where one of the enemies is immune to fire damage and one of the enemies is immune to earth damage. And so you have to like be quick about saying, okay, characters bound to A and Y who have fire damage attacks don't hit the fire damage enemy, and characters bound to B and X who have earth damage attacks don't hit the earth immune enemy, right? So there's more thinking that goes into it, more control.
I'll be damned.
I see.
Are they sad?
Well, I guess the way is open now.
I just think the majority of enemies in this game were not... They don't feel well crafted. Like, if you've ever played a really janky RPG Maker game where someone made an RPG and they weren't very interested in like getting the combat to feel good. They didn't spend a ton of time on balancing every fight so that each fight feels unique and like a smooth difficulty climb from the previous fight. Then you'll get this problem where like they picked an arbitrary number of health for the monster and an arbitrary amount of damage for it to deal, and you'll fight a random encounter that will be like 10 times harder than the boss you just fought, and it just feels like it's all over the place, that they just like picked numbers, you know, out of their brain because, I don't know, it has 5,000 health. I guess 5,000 is a round number, who cares? So waste of time. So like, we played a game like Omori on stream recently, which clearly has spent a ton of time getting its combat math to make at least a modicum of sense. And to kind of have an escalating threat between fights, and to have fights where there's like, okay, this boss is special because it does this one difficult thing to deal with. But here I almost feel like the team that made the combat system and the team that chose what stats the enemy should have are two different groups of people. Like, again, I'm going to be comparing now a lot to Get in the Car Loser. I've been talking about Final Fantasy X most of this because that's a good story comparison, but Get in the Car Loser is directly adapted from this game, and it identifies a lot of these problems, and so it smoothly ramps you up from basically just auto battle and win automatically to, now I have to worry about elemental weaknesses, right? To now I have to target the one that's doing the healing. To, now I'm in a long stretch where I go so long in between sections that I run out of health, and so I need to start actively managing my health better, even though previously I could just win through overwhelming force. I can't believe I'm saying this, but I think that this game's decision to top you off after every battle is actually a mistake. Even though I would support topping you off after every battle in virtually every other JRPG I've ever played. I usually hate having to manage like health and resources between fights because it's so fucking boring to like run back to the save point or run back to town and heal or whatever, do the thing I kept doing in Shin Megami Tensei 4. It usually degenerates to you just heal after every fight if you're willing to be annoying enough and walk back to town. But in this game, I feel like there's not enough incentive to actually perform well in the fights. Like, if you end up winning with everyone at one hit point, that's better than swapping out and topping everybody off. Which I guess you could do the everyone tops off thing if you adopted a scoring system similar to Monster Sanctuary, where, like, part of your rating is how much damage everybody took and how topped off everyone is at the end of the fight. But I feel like the scoring system doesn't do this game favors. I've already said it makes it so when you do a difficult fight, you feel extra unrewarded for winning because you get punished so hard on how many Christogen points you get that it actually ends up being way less points than you'd get from a trivial button mash fight, you know? Yeah, it doesn't feel play-tested. Propagable mentioned during Get in the Car Loser that it seems that a lot of people, it's the red letter media thing, right? Like the you might not have noticed it, but your brain did thing, that a lot of people probably played this game, sensed that something was off about it, weren't able to articulate what they intuited was problematic, and just kind of defaulted to, oh, the game's a hallway, that must be the problem, that must be what felt weird about it, and just kind of like reduced the problem to that. But it's everything but that, really. That's the least bad thing about this game, I think.
We did it!
I think a lot of people's brains played this game and felt something was off, but weren't able to really say what it was that felt off. I did a breakdown in Discord the other day of all the classes in this game and how every class in the game feels bad to play, except for Ravager and Commando, kind of. Ravager and Commando aren't even particularly fun to play, they just like are complete and make sense, sort of. But Sentinel is the worst thing I've ever seen. The worst class I've ever seen in a video game. Saboteur feels bad because they had to divide all of the debuffs into, like, do this action 5 times and it has a 1 in 5 chance to hit. Otherwise, the class doesn't make sense because they'll inflict all of their debuffs on the first turn and then be useless. Sinner just runs out of things to do after, like, 3 or 4 turns. Yeah, it's... thing that Get in the Car Loser does that I think was smart. See if this is actually a higher level. I'm sure they never give me one that's a higher level. No, it's not. It also makes it so basically every action in the game, I think except for the healing action, also does damage, so that you at least get around that problem. It does a small amount of damage, but... yeah, right. Too many hallways, or in Dark Souls 2, oh, it's too many guys in armor. It's like, well, that's not really what you actually feel is off about this game. Yeah, I've really been struggling to explain what bugs me about this. It's kind of been driving me crazy. Some of it comes down to taste. I'm willing to accept that me being angry that they shunted so much of the story into a codex is a me problem, and that there are people who are more willing to suffer for the game. That walk-in we had, who was like, you know, oh, if you would just read, this would all make sense. And it's just like, how dare you? You can't make half a movie and then present the scenes in the wrong order and then tell me, well, if you read the script, it would make sense. Like, shoot me, you know? Like... The 20-hour tutorial, 24-hour tutorial thing is a legitimate issue that I think a lot of people commented on, but even that isn't fully capturing it, I don't think. I don't want to just send the message, y'all should hate this game, because I don't think that's the case. I would like to know, be able to understand what happened. There's still things I feel about this game that I'm not able to put into words. There's too many interlocking things wrong with it to really, like, say what could be different to make me like it. If it was a totally different game, get some indie dev to make Schmeinel Schmanessy Schmerteen on RPG Maker and, like, borrow all of the bullet point notes from the story. Like, There's a moon everybody lives on that like gets cracked open, and there are these summon monsters,
Wisdom does come with age.
and people get turned into little slaves, and they have to do a little quest. Like, keep all of those ideas, just, you know, file off the serial numbers, and then just like as a writing challenge, try to make this game sensical. Yeah. Yeah, watch half the Firefly episodes in order of airing, and then read the wiki. Wait, did I accept that or not? Oh, I didn't. Okay, which just made an enemy spawn right over here as I accepted the quest. God, that shit's so fucking weird. That's so weird. I don't. Areas where I struggle to articulate are dungeons like this. I guarantee you I've played another RPG, probably even a Final Fantasy, that I enjoyed that has had a dungeon that stripped to the bones is structured like this, that it's like, oh, go to this floor, talk to this thing, that spawns an enemy. When you fight the enemy, it, you know, unlocks the next door you go to. I've probably done that exact format, like the wireframe version of that format, 1,000 times, but something about the way it's presented in this game just feels fucking wrong, and I can't tell you why, really. Like, some of the cloisters of trials in Final Fantasy X feel kind of weird and unmotivated. It's like, okay, I guess why does putting a destruction sphere here do that? Okay, whatever. I guess that's what I was supposed to do.
Don't get predictable.
Mushisu.
Hardly worth the effort.
"12 feels like that constantly, and that was a big part of what bummed me out about replaying 12 on stream. It dispelled this memory I had of the game as being pretty good, at least for a non-100% playthrough. Like, all of it just kind of feels weird and disconnected and unmotivated in a way that's just very strange. Maybe, yeah. Everything in this game feels like that is part of the problem. And really, my objective here isn't to convince everyone this game is bad and you should hate it, and if you like it, you're bad. Like, I am very happy for people who are able to go into the Final Fantasy XIII JRPG mine and extract precious ore from it. Like, I'm envious of you. So please don't let my commentary ruin this game for you. I hope you're still able to enjoy it. I know it sucks hearing somebody rag on a thing you like. I would hope that most of my comments for things that I think are bad, that if they were improved, even for people who like this game, they would like this game even more if those things were improved.
Could have been worse.
Like, as true as it is that the full story is contained in chronological order in the Codex, and that's cool for people who are willing to spend a lot of time in the Codex, like, would the game just be strictly better if that story was also presented in the game? It's awkwardly integrated into the hunt system. Right, it's like they needed to come up with a way to... It's like they had to use their hunt system from the Calm Lands to dynamically spawn a monster? Because they couldn't do that with the way they had, like, built out the maps or something? So yeah, it feels really awkward. Like, this isn't I'm not doing a hunt. I'm not doing a Seathstone mission. I guess my hot take now that I feel bad about is that I came into this game with the best of intentions and the best faith I possibly could of, like, I bet everyone is just, you know, complaining over nothing. They're just doing the Dark Souls 2 is just a bunch of dudes in armor thing. I'm sure the game is fine and possibly even pretty good. They're just overblowing everything, but I think that the toxic people overblowing everything are they're overblowing everything, but they're not really paying attention to what's actually wrong with it, you know? Yeah. Like it, but it's a mess. That's fair. It's a mess. It's both a mess and it's messy. God, what do they want from me now? Want me to go back downstairs or something? I think so. Okay, I understand. Fine with going back downstairs in a dungeon to take another staircase up. Like, that's basically how every Zelda dungeon ever has been structured, right? But it's so unusual for this game. Hey, thanks, Dark Doom Bob. How you been? God, YouTube Premium is increasing to $23 a month. They just sent me an email. Dude, I got an email recently from Chase. We bank with Chase because I used to work there. And the gist of it was that the old checking account that we had, we signed up for like 15 years ago or something, had no fees, and they're retiring the accounts that have no fees. So they're converting us into a new kind of account that has a fee. It's like a $50 a month checking account fee or something insane like that. But the email they sent letting us know about the change congratulated us on our new account and all its new features, like the ability to get the amount waived if you had $15,000 in your combined accounts. And it's like, how dare you congratulate me for this shit? Like, you can tell me you're fucking me, but... It happened to me with Comcast as well, when I filed the FCC complaint about them putting data caps in my area. They sent me a letter. They closed the FCC complaint with a letter saying that the addition of data caps was an improvement to my service. You like things you wouldn't go to bat for as being great, yeah. Don't let me deny anyone their trash, too, right? Like, everyone's allowed to enjoy stuff that's not super highbrow or perfect media or things that are junk food or... Rainbow, what is this thing? If this game is your trash, then awesome. Let's just resist days, okay. I think I realized it was on a family account. Sure, yeah. It's definitely your trash. I've got my trash. I have some TV shows that I like, and RuneScape is my trash. I mean, I'll actually go to bat for RuneScape and say that I think that there's something special about that game that most people are dismissing because of our toxic attitude towards labor, but at the end of the day, if you say, are you really going to defend that you spent 25 hours farming for that thing? I'll be like, no, it was meditative. It's like an idle game. I can't really defend it. Someone says, I really don't want to play that despite all of your arguments for why it's good. I'll be like, that's fine. I see why you don't want to. I like it though. But even still, yeah. I think part of it is that this is like... a trash JRPG that like cut off the face of a AAA
worth the effort.
perfectly balanced JRPG's face, and then is just like wearing its face like Hannibal Lecter. Oh yeah, a lot of books that are trash. I would be a pariah if I talk too much about it, but I actually like Ready Player One, even though I know that it's like super problematic and very stupid and very nostalgia focused. I think it has some neat ideas. That's kind of my trash, but it's just the game's way of giving me money in this dungeon. I don't understand. Yeah, Vampire Survivors, that game rules. That game's actually a masterpiece, though. That's not anybody's trash. I think I would defend that. I think I would go to bat for it. It's trashy, but it's not trash. There you go. It's like a Quentin Tarantino ode to like a Grindhouse movie or something, right? What are these superconductors? How many do I need to get his first level up here? Hope has a Hawkeye. Oh, only 17. Okay, wait, no. No, it needs a Perovskite, that's right. Shit. Well, interesting parts. It's not a masterpiece, yeah. Guess if someone thought it was a masterpiece, I wouldn't like fight them on it. Maybe it's entirely a masterpiece based on appreciation of stuff that why is the Moon Blossom seed? What the fuck? What drops that? I just sold most of these items, but one of these things is not like the others. One of these things just doesn't belong. Can you tell which thing is not like the others? Before I fucking die. Okay. Uh, 13. Actually, I'm looking at the wrong tier, but it should be okay. Currently way worse than it was a second ago. I actually need 29 superconductors. Okay. I think it's better than it was before I upgraded it. Maybe not. It's so weird you're getting those crashes. I don't know what's up with that. I think the control scheme actually makes more sense on the mobile version of the game now. I booted it up on mobile recently. And they've made a bunch of improvements to like the game feel. Like you can see where your character's moving to. Whenever you tap on something, it like briefly flashes a highlight over it. It makes a lot more sense. Computer's just generally haunted, fair. I feel like if, Spiky, if RuneScape, if you didn't have a character model and you were just a little square, if you were your true tile location all the time, it would probably be less bizarre. That's basically what it is that it's still evolved from the mud from forever ago. You're like a little ASCII tile, right? A little @ symbol. And they just decided to make a little 3D model that follows where your @ symbol is, and it's confusing if you're trying to think of the game as I'm actually that little character, but not really. And your 3D model is like one tick behind your little @ symbol.
Didn't even break a sweat.
Hold on. Can I even get to that room over there? Do some dumb shit to get there? Is it the staircase to the level below this? That's fine. That is a Zelda dungeon. But again, it's weird for this game. What's the most recent AAA JRPG I'd hold up as something I want more of? It's a hard question. Didn't do what I thought I was gonna do, never mind. Crosscode? Crosscode's not a turn-based RPG though. Undertale? Undertale's not a turn-based RPG, though. I worry that the genre is just kind of bad, for lack of a better word. There's just... It was neat when it was like, oh, you know those cool tabletop RPGs we can play, like Dungeons and Dragons? Wouldn't it be cool to do the equivalent of a Dungeons and Dragons game, but it's like a single-player video game you can play on your computer or on your Nintendo console? Like, this fills in for not having the tools to make a full action-based game. I know, I guess I like turn-based combat. Oh, actually, I have an answer for you. It's Gloomhaven. 100% Gloomhaven. And Persona 5. Gloomhaven is closer to a tactical RPG, and it's way more focused on the... Like a single combat or a single dungeon in Gloomhaven is like 30 to 45 minutes, but that game is like chef's kiss. It's so fucking good. It's like Final Fantasy Tactics was really good for the whole time and not in a really brief window, like 5 to 10 hours in. I still haven't played that on stream. We should do a stream of it sometime. How the hell? I'm gonna be annoyed if what I think is the case is the case. what I think is the case is that I have to like not do this mission until I unlock the 6th floor and then take a staircase to go down to that room. That is on the next floor. Okay. Take this guy's one instead, maybe. Oh my god. One of the statues just rotates the rings when you touch it. Okay, whatever, it's fine. Oh, I have source amnesia for this. Somebody linked it a while ago. There was some video that was doing a breakdown of the difference between, like the actual fundamental difference between WRPGs and JRPGs. The argument being that all JRPGs really were was a streamlining of the overly complicated Western PC RPGs that were more directly based on like Dungeons and Dragons and Chainmail and shit. So it's a very streamlined WRPG, I think would be the short answer. It does not need to be Japanese by any stretch. Does the battle music slap? Yeah. Great. That's, I would agree. WRPGs are Magic the Gathering, JRPGs are Hearthstone. Would be my personal definition, I think. JRPGs are Heroes of the Storm. WRPGs are Dota 2 or whatever. Thank you, Leon. I guess that summary is in no way a value judgment. Like, I personally prefer streamlined games to overly complicated ones, unless if there's really some value worth digging out of them, you know? I think that can usually fit. I think playing your own self-insert character is usually a source of additional complexity, right? But I think the video also kind of, gets at that idea too. Yeah, Dark Souls is a WRPG, Undertale is a JRPG. I would agree with that. There's a bunch of other little things I would probably call out as being important, like Mass Effect 2 is a JRPG because it's way more focused on characters than it is on plot and setting. It's not always true, but JRPGs that are really focused on plot and setting instead of characters feel strange to me. I guess Omori, maybe? It's not a AAA game, but Omori was a turn-based RPG Maker game, and it had enough interesting ideas in its combat system that it didn't feel tired. Felt like it was justified not being a walking simulator, right? Yeah, I want to check the rules out for that too, Leon. My, D&D 4th edition house rules have always basically been Final Fantasy Tactics focused. I might want to look into it just to get ideas for that. So I think the problem with JRPGs is if you're doing the streamlined thing where you're playing somebody else's character and you're just kind of like moving through the story and seeing these events unfold, and you don't have any agency in the story, you don't have any agency in your character build really, that's all fine. But what you're describing there is pretty close to a walking simulator, and if you're gonna have combat in the game, you better fucking justify the combat, right? It better have really great ludonarrative synergy with your story in some way, or it better be doing something new or have a cool idea. It better not just be there to be a waste of time, you know? Otherwise, just make a visual novel, guys. Like, why do we even have fights here? To the Moon was an RPG Maker game we played on stream where there's no combat. There's one joke combat at the beginning of the game, and the rest of it is just basically a walking sim made in RPG Maker. And that game would not be improved by the addition of combat. But Omori, I think, was improved with combat. Undertale, because the combat is basically just bullet hell, it's also improved by combat. If somebody made a modern turn-based RPG like Mother 3, I think that would be way up my alley. There's a lot of design stuff that I like about Mother 3. Other than the fucked up inventory, that shit's dumb. Get rid of that. But kind of focusing on rhythm combat is cool.
Thank you. Don't get predictable.
Omori's still pretty straightforward. Like, instead of having, you know, elemental weaknesses, you have emotion weaknesses, but it still feels pretty played straight for turn-based RPGs. Are the Etrian Odyssey games WRPGs? Mechanics dense dungeon crawlers with minimal story? Interesting question. Exalted 3's crafting system actively makes the game worse. Yeah. I think Okage Shadow King is a really good example of a game that would have been an awesome, hilarious walking sim. And the combat's just there because I guess you're supposed to put combat in the game. It would be way better if it just didn't have it. I think when that game came out, there wasn't really the possibility to ask that question, like, does this even really need to be here? Well, of course it does. Stop killing Hope, you asshole. Are you kidding me? Get launched, please, everybody. Thank you. Why was it able to damage me anyway? Oh my God.
Be serious.
Does it only spawn it partway through or something? Can't launch this thing? They're just immune to launch? If he doesn't get to spawn that thing repeatedly, that would be really annoying.
Follow my lead.
Oh, yep, he can spawn more of them. Cool. Seemed like it was better to just focus on the boss, though, and ignore the sword. Try to out-heal it. I love how this is just the random enemy, not the, not one of the hunt mini bosses they keep sending me on. When did he get tired? What the fuck? When did he even get staggered before? Is there just like AoE damage that triggered that or something? Whatever. Okay. Utterly not worth it. Even with a 5-star rating, total waste of time. Why are you like this, Final Fantasy 13? Why? Okay. Get the hell off of this guy now. $10,000 CP for that node. Okay. There's going to be another board, right? Above this one, I take it. Dispelga is pretty much useless because it's TP only, too, if I recall correctly. Let's see. Can their ATB go up to 6 then, eventually? How's Vicar? Okay. They already accepted this, but let's see. I see. I wish that the statue that does something looked different from the statue that gives you a quest. That's why I was so confused before.
Oh, enough already.
Dude, this guy's just helping us, apparently. He hadn't, for no reason, blown a hole in that
Get
door.
on my nerves. Let's get out of here.
Why?
For the love of all that's good. Great.
I need to play that Lindsay Ellis video. It's just like the supercut of all the guys screaming "Why" from Jesus Christ Superstar. That tyrant guy kind of has the look of an Omega weapon type enemy. He's just kind of chilling there. Way harder than anything else on this floor. Completely pointless to fight. Does he have like a 1 in 5 drop of something really good or something? Oh yeah, I did get an extra accessory slot. Can't really sort these on this list, can I? I don't think so. The physical wall 10. It's like so useless. Like 10 damage is nothing. Why is this even here? ATB advantage. I would like to have ATB rate up. That sounds fine. No, the actual scarf is doing nothing for me. Is there another combination that gets me the ATB charge rate that isn't combining 2 accessories that are useless? Tear of Woe. Tear of Joey Lawrence. Whoa. Weird Falsy Esper thing. Shoots a fireball that opens a door that makes the level possible, and then Weird Falsy Esper thing shoots an ice ball that did something. Oh, really? Oh, I thought it wasn't GMTK, but I'll check it out. Thank you. Probably right. Getting hit constantly by bugs like this is at least interesting and different. It would have been great if she was just using Blitz all this time. Godspeed. Diamond Bangle, monumental ally. I don't know what the whole deal is with them saying, you've obtained the rank of whatever, and it's like, no, no, I haven't. What does that even mean? Just put some text on there? Why? God. Oh, it's a video game. It sure is a video game. Go to a different menu to sort this. Actually tempted to give him 2 of those. I like him having the auto Tetra defense, but
Thanks. You did it.
I like that it's not like an increasing rank though. It's like stacking titles or something. Like you get one that's specific to doing the Chocobo mission. This level music is so weird. Sure, there are songs on this soundtrack that sound fine or even great when you just listen to the soundtrack, but it really feels like they just kind of like shuffle. Or they gave the composers like 0 information. I know I'm not just an Uematsu purist, because I really like Soken's music in Final Fantasy XIV. I think Soken's done a good job of understanding what Final Fantasy music should sound like, while still kind of doing his own thing.
Don't want to lose, do ya?
And he like fully converted me on battle music having lyrics. I'm generally pretty opposed to that, but I think that 14 does a really good job with it. This is probably the best song in the game, this battle theme. I guess the waterscape level is somewhat memorable too, but... This Uematsu just puts out so many fucking bangers, man, like... It's not just his battle themes, like his zone themes fucking rule. Like they're so good. He has so many tracks that are just like little character themes, like Theme of Rachel from Final Fantasy VI. The Velt theme. The track I really like is In Search of the Ruins from Blue Dragon. It's a weird little song, but it like perfectly represents the area that you go to. Blue Dragon's soundtrack is actually fucking... it rules. It's really good. It's way better than that game. The game is okay, but... I think Ancient Stronghold from Blue Dragon is one of my all-time favorite dungeon themes. Makes me just want to put on the Blue Dragon soundtrack when I'm playing this game. I've never done that. Unless if a game has no soundtrack, I won't play other music. The soundtrack was okay, but that's because it's the Tactics composer, so it's fitting.
They saved us again.
Yeah. Huh. You want to help us?
It wasn't intentionally funny, but
Oh, he's gone.
Let's just count our blessings. The way's clear.
Right. Let's go.
no, you played some of those for me. They were fine, I guess. I love the shit. You have to do the side quest in the other room before we're gonna let this guy spin the wheel. So if you walk over here before doing that other side quest, I don't know, the falsy thing is gonna like throw an ice cube there, whatever. Like, it's so unmotivated.
You're gonna get left behind.
There's a lot of keywords to use when trying to talk about this game, but I think unmotivated is a big one that I would want to say a lot. Like, lots of things happen because, I guess. They needed a quick solution to, like, block the player's progress. Like, I don't know, it shoots like an ice ball or something, whatever. And I think that every video game has some amount of weird shit that feels unmotivated. It's just, it's very noticeable when it's happening constantly. Everything feels that way. Okay, well, it's good to know we're starting with the worst one first. You think everyone keeps coming back to this idea that, like, Final Fantasy 13 is the product of the developers being too big for their britches and, like, planning out this ridiculous, gigantic, fabulous, exploding star crystals, like, Uber story. I guess I have to play the other two games to know what y'all are talking about, but it seems so strange that in the process of doing all that, they, like, forgot to make a video game, right? Like, it's like they spent 3 years just fucking around in a Google Doc, and they're like, oh shit, we actually have to make a game. Crap, we forgot. Oh, wow. I was just about to say the music box elevator tower is one of the most inspired, cute little things to be in this game. It is one of the only setting things I'm going to remember from this entire game, other than the Calmlands area. And it's just there. You know, it's somebody's Final Fantasy 14 1.0 barrel, I guess.
Quick, this way.
I wonder if the fabulous exploding star crystals thing still holds true, though, that they're just, like, building this insane, like, fucking 50-year-long requirements document or whatever. All hands on deck to build a fucked up requirements document, and then with a year to spare, they're like, shit, we have to make a video game. We gotta put out the first game in our epic 50-year series. I don't know, grab some of the ideas from the requirements document. Like they got the little wheel thing that shows you technically what floor you're on, but you can barely hear the music box while you're in the thing.
We're almost there.
It's cool, but why is it here? Like, what? I don't need them to explain everything, you know. I kind of like when you have little lore objects like the weird music box elevator orb, and it's just kind of there and left to your imagination for why it's there, right? But it's a weird little splash of detail in a game that like is like wanting for detail very badly. Like, why this of all things? So what did they what could they have possibly salvaged? Because type 0 is it's like mercenary school, but everybody has uniforms. I feel like I've seen screenshots of it.
And I was just
And 15 is dude bros pushing a car in the desert. Like, was it just like the battle system that they salvaged? Love how this isn't interactable. Chapter 11 in this game is still really funny to me. It's the we ran out of money chapter, and it's like accidentally the best part of the game, it seems like. Let's focus on HP nodes for a bit here. Hard to just get HP nodes. There's Falsea and Lassie in Type 0? Oh, weird. I know very little about that game. It feels so weird to have this attitude of like, well, I'll win eventually as long as I have enough health. You want to get these other spells, but...
Just like I planned.
Boom. There's supposed to be like huge time gaps in between the games or something interesting like that. Oh, there's this big universe with the Falsea and the Lassie and Some on a PS3 in anticipation. FF Versus 13, Kingdom Hearts 3, and Persona 5.
Don't get predictable.
Oof. Look how delayed Last Guardian was. I'm a defender of Last Guardian. I think that game is... I understand why people were mad about it, but... I think its foibles actually work in the game's favor.
As if there was any doubt.
Last Guardian's like, have you ever imagined needing to, like, play a video game with your cat? Or just getting them to do one thing. Gonna feel like a goddamn triumph. Yeah, that game was, like, super delayed, huh? The top floor looks way less inspired than the inside. Oh, really? That's fucking weird. What a weird choice. Yeah, right? Yeah, that's exactly, like, as soon as I saw the track, I'm like, hey, it looks like a little music box thing. That's kind of cool. Like... Gonna do like a rhythm game thing or something with this? What's the deal with this? And then it just barely plays a jingle in the background. I'm surprised there's even a jingle. I almost wouldn't have been surprised if they just didn't. There was nothing. It just looked like that.
Why do I have this feeling something bad's about to happen?
Thank you, Hope.
Uh-huh.
Hey, look!
This guy.
It's acting strange. He must be weak from losing
Oh
his
no,
tail.
it's playing the "You're about to have a bad time" music. Maybe it'll be okay because it's not an actual Gestalt battle.
Yeah, that looks plenty feisty to me.
He's bluffing to scare us off. Let's just go with that, all right? Come on, we can do this.
This music actively makes me annoyed.
Keep a cool head and we'll nail this.
The Haka. Every FF game takes place in effectively a different universe. Like, they have some theming concepts in common, but there's no implication of any kind of, like, continuity of any kind between the games or relationship between them. Fabula Nova Crystallis. Fabulous exploding star crystals. I have Spiky to thank for that. It's a very funny way to read that. This is an extremely weird boss fight. This is a boss fight presumably against an Eidolon that's ridiculously easier than the random battle downstairs of the guy that kind of looks like ultimate weapon. Maybe it gets really hard when he's low on health. I needed to just finish him off there and failed or something. I don't know. Gilgamesh is the only Gilgamesh. The only character that is the same character across each game, is my understanding. Figure out what the fuck this does. What the fuck was that? Was that a boss fight? I'm telling you, they just were like, I don't know, he's got like 40k health, whatever. Stagger percentage? Something. 240%. That's a number. Put it in. Why though? Like what? What was that fight about? I'm not significantly stronger than when I was earlier in the dungeon.
Look!
Nice.
He's saying thanks.
It's unintentionally funny. Every time they cut to the reaction shot of this statue,
We go now to hunt down evil where it hides.
he's technically making like little telepathic noises, but
So I guess that means there are still more monsters like that.
the
one
mix
out
is really
there.
low, so it's just kind of like this statue
Sounds
that they
like
didn't want to animate.
Somewhere out there on Grand Pulse.
Gone just like that. Big hunk of rock, that thing sure can
Oh, he's
move.
fucking terrible.
Guess they're just doing what they can too. Trying to save the world.
Yeah, well, it's not all on them. Last time I checked, we are still in this fight.
Save the world by slightly adjusting the configuration of a ring-based dungeon.
Ereba's right down there then, isn't it?
Yep.
So what's it like?
Well, it's kind of small, but it's warm and green and very naturey.
Around the Foul Sea, it was flowers as far as you could see, huh?
View from here? Ain't so rosy, I'm sorry to say.
You want to wait here?
No. I need to see for myself. It's all gone.
Every trace of color. We're chasing shadows. This whole idea of losing our brands is hopeless.
There's gotta be a way.
Let's keep on looking. That's what we came here for. We all agreed, and now we're here.
You think it's really possible?
Sure.
I thought Omega had a different
Anything
story
else?
in each of the games that it shows up. He's like a monk in Final Fantasy X. It's like a little robot in Final Fantasy V.
There's no going back.
You don't think I know that?
Come on.
Data log updated. I don't know, he's like flying around looking at shit. I should read these more. I don't know. He's like making tunnels or some shit. Who fuck knows? Oh man. I thought they specifically called Omega, like they said that he was like a monk and Ultima was his shadow. Yeah. I don't remember Omega being in terribly many other games. He's in 8, right? There's like an achievement for beating him. He looks like Ultima Weapon. He's in Ultimicia's tower. Watching her cast Deprotect 5 times is so disheartening. I can't really describe to you. You have this whole class that has all these interesting powers, and it's just like, I'm just going to try to hit the most boring ability 5 times in a row, and if one of them hits early, the rest of it's just wasted. Seriously, folks, if you like this game, please play Get in the Car Loser just to see a kind of point of comparison. I don't think it's a perfect indie take on this, but it seems to understand a lot of the problems with this game and improve on them in almost every way. I thought that was the Final Fantasy XIV Omega was doing that. Definitely a high nerd pedantry. I don't know that there's an answer one or the other. Yeah, I think Omega in 14 looks like the robot spider one from 5. Oh god, no. And the quest is back on the 6th floor? I guess we'll see. Where is that quest actually, though? That's not on this level, right? The note's descending from the apex, so it should be like here, right? They don't actually mean the apex. Lowering from the 6th floor? Oh, do I have to go from the 6th tier to the bottom tier, but not from the apex, because the apex... Okay. Oh my god. Is it like there's another elevator at the apex that goes all the way down to the ground floor, but the quest marker shows you a star because technically the thing takes place on the ground floor? So it's showing you how to get to the ground floor, but actually you act... Oh my god. Just don't have quest markers. They're gonna be wrong. I have a horrible feeling that I need to take a few more steps forward on the ground floor to trigger this cutscene. There's not actually another elevator up here that goes all the way down to the ground floor like the quest indicator says. This thing is getting the elevator all the way up to the 7th floor, right? That's what they want? They want me to get the central one all the way up here? There's another statue that's not a quest statue, but is a makes the elevator do another thing statue. At least make them different colors. Come on, game. You know what? Make the ones that give you Seath Stone quests, Seath Stones. There are Seath Stones here. The quest I'm doing right now is from a Seath Stone. Okay, so the thing that's fucked up is the quest marker, because the quest marker tells you to go down to the ground floor when you actually are supposed to go to the 7th floor to set something that allows you to take the middle elevator all the way to the bottom. Okay. We're having more fun today by just, like, resolving to give up on the game. I think a lot of my anguish up until today has just been, like... trying to get to the good part.
All in the wrist. Appreciate it.
That's my secret, Cap. There is no good part.
Got your back. All in the wrist. Let's wrap this up. Go. Out of my sight. All in the wrist.
That attack this thing does, where it just like does like a little somersault into you.
All in the wrist.
Like, it doesn't matter if you have a medic at the time that the attack activates. If your health isn't high enough at the time it starts with your attack, you're just dead. Shouldn't alternating be strictly better? I know. I don't know why it does one or the other. It's... Yeah, and now actually the quest marker is telling me to go back upstairs. And that's actually wrong. I think it tries to use the lamest debuff first. Shouldn't even be bothering with the spell god. Seems like it's a waste to even hit it. Vendetta seems like it almost makes Sentinel feel less bad, maybe? I honestly can't tell. Yeah, there's one single HP node that I'm missing. Oh, there it is. Okay. Great. I am enamored with the fact that they give you, oh, now every character can use all classes, but a lot of characters are really bad at the other classes. You should keep working on the ones that they're good at until they're maxed. Don't even touch these. I don't know why we unlocked these for you. Sorry. Our bad. I finally have a Tetradic crown for everybody, theoretically. Oh no, it's a crown. Fuck. Well, maybe one of the other ones. Let's see. Oh, it is another tiara. Okay, cool. Saves me a bunch of buffing. catalog. I think I've seen that before. Hold on. Item scavenger, right? Okay. Oh, there's a new icon in this menu where it doesn't matter, but there's not one in the accessories menu where you actually are going to equip them. Yeah, cast 3 of the debuff you want the most, and then 2 other ones. And I feel like it should be knowable which debuff you want the most, right? Even before you know the enemy's weaknesses. Like, I feel like you could... If this game had gambits, I'd like it a lot better, because then I could be like, okay, you know, cast 1 of each ability to see if it's immune, because I assume they only have to cast it once to test for immunity. And then on turn 2, if you already know it's, you know, its defenses, cast the most valuable thing 3 times, the second most valuable thing twice, and so on. I still think it's really bad that they don't change up what they're doing based on what just happened in the ATB order. I think the whole concept of like planning out 5 actions in a row is just, it's dumb. I think it's supposed to reduce the amount of inputs you have to do or something, but that's solved in getting the car loser by it just being a button press, you know?
Appreciate it.
Oh, this guy again. Okay.
You're gonna squirm. We'll see who's left standing.
Oh, good.
Thank you. You're gonna squirm.
Is Curasa like a multi,
You're in for it now.
I appreciate it.
a multi-segment ability or something?
I appreciate it.
Tear it up. Thank you.
I appreciate it.
Asshole's immune to everything, isn't he?
Appreciate it. You're gonna squirm.
It is single segment? Okay. It always seems like Hope gets super delayed when he needs to cast Curasa, so I was confused.
You're gonna squirm.
He's flying, so I don't think I'm allowed to launch him, if I recall correctly. Oh, also, we're spamming magic on him, so we wouldn't be able to regardless. I feel like I got one of the abilities I got in Commando that makes me do more build while they're staggered, kind of removes the need for Ravager at all at that point. Or at least it makes switching to Commando when they're staggered make more sense. Whatever. Okay. Blaze Ring. Your party has earned the rank of Grudge Setter. Got a weird little death animation there. Okay. Great. Oh yeah, absolutely. Gambits would massively fix this game. It's like they made gambits and they were underutilized, it felt like, in 12. They gave you all of this control over how you wanted it to work, and then most of it didn't really matter outside of some specific hunts that you could program. And then they made this game, which would benefit from way more control over gambits, and just didn't include them for whatever reason. It makes me wonder if they had gambits at some point in the design and they just decided to drop it.
Time to go?
I think most of the problems of it feeling weird to play are fixed by getting the car loser, though.
Now that looks like an easier way to get where we're going.
Well, let's take it. Wouldn't want you to throw your
Yeah, that's
back
an interesting
out climbing,
idea.
old man.
You really are a charmer, aren't you?
There needs to be more crosstalk between the different roles, that's for sure. I really like getting the car loser does this thing where you only have 3 sets of paradigms, and you have to cycle through them 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. And the end of the 3rd paradigm includes a big like super attack that hits all the enemies and does extra damage to anything that's been staggered. So you kind of get this nice little asymmetry where, you know, there's a difference between being in the 3rd paradigm versus being in the 1st paradigm. And you can't just switch back. If you're in 2, you can't switch back to 1 without also going through 3 first. So it makes like planning out the order of the party that you want more interesting. I haven't touched Sentinel since y'all mentioned that Sentinel is useless and I can just have a medic, commando, and ravager. That's so bad to me. I think it would be neat if every time you switch paradigms there was an enters the battlefield effect for switching to that paradigm and it leaves the battlefield effect for switching off of it. That actually felt like an action instead of a time delay thing. Music here is pretty, and the area looks a little bit different than what we've been seeing. feel like they should have built up wherever we are right now and explained why we're going to the tower to get there, but we're just kind of chilling, you know, riding a god like a bus. Yeah. Sentinel, as the instant you swap to Sentinel, everything should get taunted. That shouldn't be an action. And then if it needs to buff itself as its first ATB action, that's fine, but then it's got to do something for the rest of the time it's out. I feel like Sentinel needs to have like a what is it called? There's in Dungeons and Dragons, barbarians sometimes get an ability to let them keep fighting after 0 hit points. I guess it could be like the Dark Knight ability, Living Dead or whatever, in Final Fantasy XIV. Like when they're reduced to 0 health, they don't die, but they have to be healed for their full health within the next X seconds, and if they don't, then they die. And that effect can trigger once every X seconds or something, right? Y seconds. I feel like that's a huge problem with Sentinel, is that you can pull them out and have them pull out the aggro, and they're really not that much tankier than everybody else, and they're not worth all of the downsides associated with losing all the pressure on the enemy. So if they actually could resist death a little bit, go into negative health.
Thank you. All in the wrist. Shield.
Fang and Vanille are such interesting, like, JRPG archetype characters, like frozen out of time kind of a thing, and I don't know, they don't feel special at all in this game. Peter's straining.
You're gonna swerve. We'll see who's left standing.
Sentinel might be in like the top 10, if not worst design, like lamest things as presented as like a core class. You know, I don't know how they thought that was okay. I bet that's a victim of iteration sickness too, and there was some version of Sentinel earlier that made more sense. You guys cast your, like, crazy Thundagas more often? I feel like for whatever reason they don't like to. Yeah. This idea that, like, Grand Pulse is settled. I mean, it's introduced by the idea that, like, Fang and Vanille are from here, but I guess this is more interesting than the untamed Calmlands wilderness with the 4 different enemies in it.
Which is your house?
What do you mean, which is ours? All of them. They're all ours.
Yep, everyone in the village lived together.
One big happy family?
One heck of a lot of places to hang your hat.
We're back.
I have to wonder if starting on Cocoon and going to Grand Pulse was even the more interesting order of events too, right? Like, it's definitely, it's doing the Midgar thing again. You start in Midgar and then you leave and go to Calm or whatever, but I don't know. It's like we've done that already. We need to do it again.
So, do you want to take a look around?
We'd better. Gotta find something to help us lose these brands.
That's not the only reason we're here. You're finally home. Make the most of it.
This is a somewhat interesting zone so far, though. Like, just went into a little house. Looks like maybe a person lived here at some point. It's weirdly strange. Yeah, it's just that everything feels so samey and boring that you can't really appreciate the difference between Grand Pulse and Cocoon. Until we get here, this place is cool. I have questions, you know. I didn't have real questions in that tower dungeon. I was just like, what's with the cool elevator? Alright, I guess we're done here. At 34 hours and 55 minutes, we encounter our first bit of inspect lore text on an object. Oh, where was the second one? Oh, yeah, the one in Hope's dad's house, right. God, that was so long ago. Barrier, not like a dispellable thing. Doesn't look like it. This is seriously the most interesting zone in the entire game. It's just a bunch of houses and stuff, right? But it at least sends me the impression of the possibility that maybe there were people here at some point, and not just like weird statue aliens. I think the weird statues in that tower are a pretty good like microcosm of what everything in this game feels like, right? They have this weird out of place dialogue that's like, oh, they're just trying to fight evil too and be heroes. It's like, what? They just stand there, and when you talk to them, they rearrange the shape of the dungeon. They're not... What are you talking about? What? This isn't a real place with real sentient beings that live here. This is like a weird video game level.
You're gonna squirm!
Even the places that were designed to feel like a real place, like the... We still haven't been to a town, right? Not a real town. Maybe that's what it is. I'm just addicted to wanting a town. There was the town dungeon earlier. Oh, I love that status effect that makes it so that I can't do anything. That's cool. Examine text would be nice. There don't need to be anywhere near as many combats. They're mostly pretty dumb. This game could be boss fights only and spend way more money on the boss fights, or more time on the boss fights. I'd rather there be a third as many encounters, but each encounter be 3 times as long and way more interesting. Yeah, that was so weird. I forgot that was on an airship. Please, for the love of Christ, use Blitz. Thank you. This is the same fight we did in the area where we got the chocobos. There's just a couple more of them. Giant's glove. Resist debrief. I kind of appreciate the like straightforwardness of protect and deprotect, but I don't know, it feels lazy. I guess the extreme version of that is fucked up persona names for abilities, but I don't want that. I guess we haven't really had a canonical, like, defense down, consistent name across the franchise. Different abilities will do it, but... That's a silly gripe, but...
End of the road.
Time for pain.
Don't hit Fang, please. That's fine. Hit Hope all you want. Game really feels like it incentivizes you to hold on to CP for as long as possible before you start spending it. It'd be nice if these like change colors when you 100%ed them. I have to like read all of these to make sure they're all maxed. Okay. Feels like Saj is mastering faster than anybody else. I don't know. Couple things to pick up still. Ravager. Those don't seem worth getting, but I guess I'll get them just for completionism's sake. No, I left the strength node. I'll come back to it. Oh, hey, it's a little schoolhouse room. Yeah, exactly. Thinking that too. An actual higher level starting gun? Probably not. No, it's not. Okay. Yep. Exactly. Yeah, coming here to all the humans being gone is kind of cool. Like, this would be a really cool moment. Like, the shade way to do this place would be to have Fang and Vanille talk about it a lot. Talk about how it's going to be so great when they go home. They can't wait for you to see all their friends and family. Like, maybe leave out the part where they know that they've been frozen in crystal for thousands of years. Maybe they think that they've been frozen in crystal for like days or something, because they ended up getting frozen on Cocoon, or ended up on Cocoon, right? And you get here and you realize that thousands of years have passed. And they're like, oh my god, everyone's gone. Like, you could make this have some emotional resonance like that. But everyone's like, yeah, okay, this is where we are, whatever, everyone's gone, who cares? Keep exploring. Like, what the fuck? Like, do something with this moment. This is a cool moment. Why are you wasting it? If anyone's ever done any sort of collaborative storytelling, like if you've done more permissive tabletop RPGs where players, where the dungeon master shares some narrative control with the players. Like, even just that, where you're sitting around the table and someone's like, oh, what if this was what was going on? Like, oh, yeah, it's so much better. Let's change it to that, you know? Like, it feels like this was all written by one person with, like, no feedback as to, well, what if it was like this? Wouldn't that be cooler?
You're gonna swerve! Tear it up!
I feel that that's part of the story feeling, parts of the story feeling motivated, right? Of, you come up with your ideas, you sit down, you start working on the story, and you go, oh, you know, I think it would actually be better for the players if these two characters didn't know this about the background, or this information was hidden. But here, it's like they choose to make things a surprise for no reason. Like the whole Sarah reveal that they all know Sarah didn't need to be a reveal. It would have been way more interesting if we knew that beforehand. Like, you don't just make something a reveal for the sake of it being a reveal. It has to have some kind of, like, emotional weight behind it. Yeah, this is the most interesting zone in the whole game so far. It's just a little shitty, like, fishing town.
Down you go!
Oh, yeah, that's the purpose of tactical or tabletop RPGs, is for things to go against plan. But when I do D&D, I try to share narrative agency with the players and allow them to make minor narrative declarations about the names of NPCs and, you know, whether or not certain containers have items they're looking for, that kind of a thing. More like a collaborative storytelling sort of thing. Even if you haven't done that with tabletop RPGs, you've probably done it if you've, like, messed around writing a song with somebody else, or done any sort of collaborative creative effort. Yeah, I could hear that. That area is so good. Dark Souls 3 is great. I love that they're like, okay, we did this twice. We're gonna end it now, so let's, like, imagine that there were 17 million Dark Souls games between Dark Souls 2 and Dark Souls 3, and just jump to 3. What is the natural consequence of the systems that we've introduced? This is probably the best environmental theme I've heard in the game. Part of it is because it gets to play through the battles, and it's using the main motif. I feel like this composer is probably pretty talented. It doesn't seem like they were given a lot of contextual information of what the music needed to sound like. Oh yeah. The 7 random battles remove the nice background music. Why is this game? Have they done other games? Part of it's honestly the mix. I don't know how it's coming through to stream, but in my headphones, I can barely hear the music in this game, and there's no way to adjust the BGM balance. Like, I feel like every other Final Fantasy, the soundtrack is borderline, like, featured. contributed to 10. Oh, interesting. There's a couple songs in 10 that I'm pretty sure are not Uematsu tracks. I guess we won't know for sure, but like I don't think the Cloister of Trials theme is an Uematsu track. Like serious battle theme I also don't think is Uematsu. Not the normal battle theme, not the boss battle theme, but like the one that plays during the Seymour battles other than the actual Seymour theme, right? The one that plays versus the big Sin spawn at Operation Mihen. It's a good track, I like it. That game has a lot of bangers on the soundtrack, though. I think People of the North Pole that plays at Mount Gagazet and plays through battles is one of my favorite game tracks. Which reminds me of what a shit show Final Fantasy X-2 was. Maybe afford some stuff if I sell some of these extra weapons. I need to save up to 150k. Else I have to spend 8k every time I don't do that. People of the North Pole? I don't think I've ever seen it labeled Servants of the Mountain.
Ragnarok. Come, day of wrath, O pulse the sea. Embrace thy fate, thine home to burn, that fallen souls might bear our plea to hasten the divine's return.
Oh yeah, we're trying to make God come back for some reason.
Wanderer, Ragnarok. Make of this day a brave epoch. Deliver the divine. Ragnarok. What?
Sarah. How did you...
I was waiting for you to open your eyes.
Interesting. I've never heard it called Servants of the Mountain. That's cool though. I love that song. It's really good.
I was asleep.
All People of the North Pole on Spotify, on YouTube, on Amazon.
Way to save Cocoon.
No C Remix.
Together.
Sarah?
Blitzball theme. No one stands out.
There are no gods with miracles to save us. No matter where you look.
Nanu Amatsu.
That's why we have to call one. Destroy Orphan. We'll save the world.
Stop it!
You can't do that. You love me too much. You do, don't you, Claire?
Claire?
Enough already. Listen up. We are all shooting for the same goal here.
And the result of that is this.
You son of a...
I am not invested in fighting this guy. Like, they did not do a good job of...
betray your foul sea to chase after dreams and shadows. The world you claim to wish to protect now faces the end of days, with no hope of salvation.
I didn't think Fal'Cie had the means.
Oh, it won't be Fal'Cie who destroy her. For centuries now, Cocoon has provided generously for its human inhabitants every want and need. Coddled them, one might even say. The result being their deep-seated fear and hatred of change and all things alien. Fed, nurtured, and ready to detonate at the slightest spark. The seeds of
Ubo.
destruction take root, even now.
What did you do to Cocoon?
I resigned, appointing Reigns as Primarch in my stead.
Reigns? He's alive?
The puppet is restrung to serve my needs, yes. Its eyes had long since turned to glass. Of course, the cavalry's eyes will see our friend as nothing more than a traitor to their cause. They'll say the Fal'Cie got to him too, or some such drivel. And imagine, when I spread word that it's Orphan tugging at his strings, what happens next?
You're gonna use the cavalry to take the thing out?
Perhaps. Or perhaps I'll feign the howling of Pulsian wolves and let the fear-addled sheep slaughter themselves first.
Seems
Either
unnecessarily
way,
complicated
the
for what he
end is at hand.
wants to do.
But what of yourselves? Will you enjoy the festivities beside me? Or perhaps...
Reach the end here, in the land where it all began.
Oh, he looks a little different this time.
Appreciate it.
You can do a lot of things.
All in the wrist. All in the wrist.
Suspiciously easy to stagger.
All in the wrist. All in the wrist.
Does guy have that same annoying unconveyed attack from before, where he occasionally requires you to hit him a certain amount of time to take less damage?
Learn your place.
All in the wrist.
Now he's got 4 faces.
Such marvelous strength.
All in the wrist.
Can you endure this?
Apoptosis, auto cell death just removes T-buffs and removes our buffs, I guess. I don't know why she sometimes does half D-protect, half D-shell, and sometimes she
Cheers.
There's all of one or all of the other. It doesn't make any sense to me.
End of the road.
Tosian left. Seemed like the kind of attack you'd want to be on Sentinel for, but again, it didn't seem to really matter there. To land that time, that's nice. Slow is probably more impactful than D-Protect or D-Shell, but whatever. Days ago. Yeah. I would love a Gambit system that's like, if we're in this paradigm, I want slow first because everyone's focusing on buffing right now. So please don't focus on damage debuffs that I can't do anything with right now. Do those after he's slowed and can hit us less, you know? That was ridiculously easier than the first one. 100k Christogen points. Restarium expanded, oh boy.
The time has come. Allow me to extend my invitation. To save a people beyond salvation, there is only Ragnarok.
Rhymed a little bit, so I thought he was gonna do like a protect the world from devastation. Expose the evils of truth and love. What the fuck?
Cocoon suffers. Release her from the pain.
What? Why, what lucky thing happened?
So, this is the end of the rainbow, huh? Well, here's hoping the pot's full of tips on dealing with crackpot Fal'Cie.
What? I was just going up to a little seat stone for its quest.
Being here before. I guess it's new, huh?
Yeah, must be. I suppose it might be a record of what happened. You know, after we turned to crystal.
Why does it just look like every other seat stone? Because it's purple.
cocoon, where the slaves of Lindsay dwell, is the enemy of all life fostered by Pulse's sacred hand. So our Fal'Cie determined Pulse's will, chose l'Cie, and gave them a focus. Become Ragnarok and bring about the end of Cocoon. And so the beast arose, defeated Lindsay's hateful Fal'Cie, and prepared to tear Cocoon apart. But her providence betrayed our l'Cie, draining Ragnarok of strength. Their focus only half complete, the l'Cie were taken to the enemy's land by Barthandelus, curse his name. And the goddess said, l'Cie who rest upon Cocoon will reawaken, however long they may wait. And Ragnarok will rise again, to tear the land from its seat in the sky. Her word is absolute.
Did I just kill him fast enough that that wasn't a problem, or because I was running medic constantly for the whole fight,
Guess the jig is up.
so I was getting Asuna'd?
Cocoon's done for, isn't it?
Yeah, you don't sweat it. If we go ahead and smash Cocoon, you know some makers sure to roll up and save the day.
As long as Fal'Cie are around, this fight is never gonna end. So let's finish it. Let's get Daisley.
So what do we do about Orphan?
We help Orphan. What else can we do? If we can manage to keep it safe.
Another war breaks out somewhere down the road. We're l'Cie. It's not like we can make people stop fighting.
Lightning, you told me on Cocoon. It's not a question of can or can't. We just do it. That's our only choice this time. Maybe it won't do much. Maybe only one person will listen to us. But even then, isn't trying better than doing nothing?
Because ripples can make waves.
Okay, kids have gone crazy.
Revolutionaries always get cold crazy.
When I was on Cocoon, I wished on those fireworks. I wished to not let anything happen to Cocoon this time. But I shouldn't have wished for that. Wishes aren't enough. Prayers either. This time I'm making a promise. I will keep Cocoon safe. I promise, no matter what.
I guess it takes losing everything to make you see how much you have to fight for. Huh.
And we're the only ones who can do it, right?
Right.
All right then. Let's tie up loose ends.
Okay. Right.
Yeah.
Data log updated. Let me just mark all these complete so I can try to read the new ones, I guess. I didn't realize that Bart wasn't his name. I think the cutscenes have always referred to him as Bart. But his name is Galanth? Like, the Phoenix Fal'Cie being the sun is kind of a neat idea. I wish that was in the game. Chocobos are almost unheard of on Cocoon, but thanks to the antics of a certain TV program's feathery main character, owning chocobo chicks has become the latest fad among children. Oh, really? Can I still teleport there whenever I want because I've unlocked teleports, or no, not necessarily? Guess I'll make a save for it. Put it on save file number 1 and try not to overwrite it, I guess. Yeah, it's interesting that there was zero emotional reflection on the fact that the presumed hometown of 2 of our main characters is deserted. Like, even if they know it's deserted because they know a bunch of time has passed, it's still strange to me that they didn't like mourn that, right? Like, they didn't necessarily know that like everyone here died out. There could still be a society here of people living way later, but like that seemed like that's the emotional core of visiting this place, and the music seems to imply that there's like this like bittersweet feel to it, and there's just nothing. Thanks for the warning.
Even if we were chasing shadows, our minds were made up. We'd realized along the way that choice was the only thing we had left. Maybe we'd fall short. Maybe we'd never even come close. But someone, someday, would know we'd tried.
Kitties love you, Andrea. They're both meowing at you so much. Yeah, that little Grand Pulse diversion was odd. Like, we spent a ton of hours there, but the only thing that happened with the story... Like, if we had crashed on Grand Pulse in their abandoned village and immediately encountered Bart again, it would have been almost the same as if we crashed in the Calm Lands and then dicked around for a bunch of time. I know a lot of that was spent doing side questing, but nothing really came of the Rollerball Bus God. Nothing really came of the Stone Guardian Temple. Right. They were just there to like give us something to do, it felt like.
And so we greet the new dawn.
People of Cocoon, my fellow citizens, we have survived.
I guess we got 2 Eidolons down there, but they were weirdly timed and arbitrary. This is a pretty good song.
We have learned during our long night of hardship and sacrifice. And now we face choices. Choices which must be made as our hearts dictate and not abandoned to uncaring chance. Let us forge ahead with unflinching courage and honor the fallen with action. With these hands, we shape the future.
What?
Yes. What the? Oh, damn.
Close call. And the hero saves the day.
Someone on the team just want to do a race cutscene.
Probably should have covered that.
That was actually kind of funny. Also, them seeing his brand on the TV was kind of cool. That worked for me. Although I don't know what this is all about.
Hi there. Cut him off!
Like, oh yeah, that's right. They each have little summon monsters.
Now.
You know, I feel like we haven't really explored very much what their summon monsters are. I understand that they trigger based on them having a moment of weakness or whatever, or pushing against their focus or something, but it's like the Star Wars prequels, like space battles, where there's just so much fucking shit on the screen that the camera's moving so fast. Yeah. Yeah, like, it also, if there was any ludonarrative synergy there, where, like, I've been using these summons the whole game because of how good they were. They're really integrated into the way these characters play. There are parts of that I liked. Lots of parts that I didn't understand. Unfortunately, haven't leveled lightning in forever, so.
Shake the ground. The storm is here. Until next time.
Oh, that was a cutscene battle. Right on.
What's that sound?
See, the race set piece was like, I think the point was that they like crash into Cocoon and they happen to crash in while a race is happening. But they also wanted to have Sid Reigns talking at the same time. And it made it seem like Sid Reigns was talking specifically about this race that was happening. Right? So it's like they wanted to have their cake and eat it too. They wanted to have them crash in and randomly crash in the middle of this like weird race that's going on. But it seemed like Sid was running it because he like snapped his fingers and then the race started. Like, I feel like you established the race earlier, right? You have like a mini game or an element, or there's a part in the story way earlier in Cocoon where you see that this is a race, the thing that happens. You know, they get on these cool jet bikes and it's like pod racing or something. And you do that, you plant it in the player's brain so that when you come back, you're like, oh, we're at that racetrack. Oh, that's kind of cool. Look at this neat cutscene. But here it's like, what is happening? Why is this? Why are we here? What is this? Yeah, exactly. They wanted to have a crazy action scene on a racetrack, and so they just did that. And they're like, okay, come up with a way to justify it being in the game. Even just a small plant, right? Even if there was just a cutscene showing the race earlier. I'm sure there's a codex entry for it. Everybody loves Schmod racing. Schmod racing is the race that everybody likes to do in Cocoon. Why I like going to the Schmod races on the weekend. They have Schmot dogs and Schmachos. And it's so fast. And Sid Reigns presides even before he was turned into a crystal man and then made into the Pope.
Creatures is attacking the city. It's a pulse invasion force. Your Eminence, we must evacuate.
Schmef Zero.
So, Reigns, is this the cocoon you dreamed of?
Is there any reason they refuse to call him Sid? Do you think that, like, the team that made Final Fantasy XII and the team that made Final Fantasy XIII independently came up with the idea of Sid being kind of a bad guy, or at least an antagonist? And, like, the 13 team was embarrassed? Just call him Reigns. No one will know. Goddamn idealism.
What's going on out there?
It looks like the cavalry.
Bart told you.
There's more to it than that. They're saying Eden is crawling with post-nasties.
Fresh off the ark, I'd wager.
This is out of control. What'll happen to Cocoon?
It's all out war.
Did we cause this by coming back? Barthandelus' prediction. It's all coming true.
Well, his future stops right here. We're the ones who decide what happens next.
Let's get moving.
Right.
Okay.
It changed my party. It broke my paradigms. It literally used the opposite party I was using.
Deep down, you think you detest Final Fantasy XIII, and not the way you hate Persona, or other games you whine about. This is a deeper hatred. The game is offensive to your very being. You can't just let it go. You feel like you need to let everyone know your pain. It's time to hunker down. Articulate your struggle. Make them understand why you hate this game so much. You start to speak, but the sounds coming out of your mouth don't resemble words. You're blubbering. Tears are streaming down your face. The game switches out your party for no reason, resetting your paradigms for the 10th time today. You want to die. You try to scream. You're still sobbing and blubbering, so the scream comes out as a pathetic bleating, like the sound of a sick goat. You look in OBS and notice that you're dropping frames. Your cat climbs up on your PC tower and starts to make a familiar sound. Herk, herk, herk. You realize you need to act quickly to save your machine.
I think you're right.
You point
It's a terrible setup, though.
But he stares you in the eyes, daring you to pull the trigger. Through his body language, you can tell he wants to throw up on your computer even harder now. You called his bluff and pulled the trigger, but you forgot to change the spray bottle's nozzle from mist to squirt. Instead of a precise laser, a shotgun blast of misty water erupts from the end of the spray bottle, missing your cat by inches. The blast of water travels directly through the grating on the top of your PC. You hear a popping sound as a blue screen flashes on your central monitor. Your cat doesn't know how computers work, but seems satisfied by your suffering. He steps off the ruined PC and kindly chooses to vomit on the kitchen counter instead. 5,920 miles away, in an office building, a man named Tetsuya Nomura pauses mid-conversation, the hair standing up on the back of his neck. He smiles contentedly.
Stopka. Cancels pending action. Probably isn't worth building all the way to. More ATB levels from these. No more accessory slots, okay. Just abilities now. Right. Yeah, my idea was, oh, I'm gonna have one person tank, one person heal, while the third person gets everyone's buffs set up. That was a mistake. High wind. Clearing chain gauges? What does that mean? That sounds bad. I'm kind of stupid for not knowing what that means. Happened once in that game. 10th time. No joke. This game twice and don't know what that means. Perfect. Oh, Stopka's a TP ability? Fuck that. Jesus. $18,000. They really need to make, if they're gonna go to all this trouble to have this stupid fucking animation, it needs to like change the speed and the sound depending on how long of a bar you're on. Old blood learned, okay. Raja. Need to tell him only ever cast Kiraja. Maybe cast Cura after casting Kiraja, since... Haste. That would be nice to have someone else that can cast haste. I'm going in that direction first. No, not that way, you idiot. Ugh. I get for holding the button down. Goddamn right, battle team changed. Start your engines. Why? Why? They're all dead ends. Why? Put an item on the end of one of them. What the fuck? Go ahead. Come on. Let's go. Thank you. Let's cast T-Shell 5 times on one of them. Thank you. Curious if I'm gonna really need Commando ever in the main game.
Just like I planned it.
Or if it's just for like super boss. Maybe like the final boss has an attack that I have to use it, but it just seems better. It seems like the loss Lionheart. Okay, thank Christ. It's a tier 1 weapon. I was about to be fucking pissed. Although it's also worse that every weapon you get is a tier 1 weapon, so why bother, right? I guess it's money. Turn it into money.
Don't want to lose.
You said Imperil's pretty good. What's the difference between Imperil and D-Shell? Two things that both make them take extra magic damage.
That wasn't so bad.
It exists to be a counter to like the bar spells, I guess. Sure. Definitely encountered a lot of JRPGs where the game itself feels pretty motivated. But like Dragon Quest VII has the problem where none of the monsters feel motivated. They all feel like they're just, you know, all right, we gotta have a fight. I don't know, grab something from the Toriyama JPEG folder. I find that chests feeling unmotivated is a big problem though. There's Final Fantasy is generally pretty good about chests feeling rewarding. I think Final Fantasy IX is one of my favorite games in terms of like every chest is really exciting to open. There's usually some good shit in there. And I think most of that has to do with the way all the items in that game matter for the ability progression system. So even if something you find is a downgrade, if it has a new ability, it's exciting.
Huh? What are you?
Nothing to it! See you ground side.
You're all crazy.
Don't want to get left behind, do you? Just remember, don't drop the gizmo.
Bang! This thing? Okay!
Also, it kind of sucks that all these FMVs are like pre-recorded video files, so they all have artifacting. You will always see artifacting because I'm streaming to you, right? But I can see artifacting on my screen. It makes it harder to tell what's going on.
You could have won me.
That's how they get around on Cocoon.
That's how light gets around.
Let's go.
Right.
Can we fight?
I want to make a mod of this game where I replace every voice line and every sound effect and every audio track in the game with me screaming. I think it would improve the experience significantly. These guys drop tons of money again. Like they're similar versions of them did earlier. I wish stuff mattered in this game, like how many hits someone is doing and how many hits you're doing, you know? I think it would be kind of cool if it was like you had to react differently to enemies that had like rapid fire machine guns versus enemies that had like ultra great swords or whatever.
No problem.
But no, it's just a shitload of numbers on the screen that don't mean anything. They do drop credit chips. Those aren't as good as the... I love how the late game enemies drop a worse money item than enemies from like 14 hours ago.
Wisdom does come with age.
That's the one I want. Okay, so they have a chance to drop the good one and a chance to drop the trash one. I'm seriously wondering if it would have been effective to just farm the incentive chip guys for like 4 hours. Do an entire episode that was just nothing but farming those assholes for money. Would that have been more money overall? Probably because I was getting shit CP, it would not have been worth it. Leon. The thing that you need to survive a horrible fall is a handheld device that you could easily drop. You have to press a button right before you land to make a little slow fall field, I think.
Jurisdiction.
Took a second to realize I was standing there. Like starting with Saboteur is good when I have one target, but she has all of these like god debuffs like Sloga and Dazga. She just refuses to use them for some reason.
Keep this up.
So the cavalry's here to,
You manually navigated to the abilities menu.
If it's close to the Fal'Cie Eden,
I think I described that as a
probably headed to
concern
the
in the
heart of
first
the
4
center.
hours of this game. As soon as I saw the auto battle system, I was like, is this always going to work? Am I going to get to an annoying part 80% of the way through the game where suddenly auto battle doesn't function anymore?
Let's move.
Like, it's still good enough, you know, I guess I could swap off of it, but it seems like it's a gigantic spike in attention required for very little improvement in the time it takes for battles to end. Damn it. We're gonna be in trouble now. It actually doesn't have a ton of immunity, it looks like. Yeah, this is great. Try to do all 3 things. Keep doing that. I don't know why you sometimes don't. No, don't do that. Well, I guess now it's fine. Okay, it doesn't want to land, whatever. What the fuck? Oh, right. I guess I could have killed him before he stood up. Theoretically, if I had been a little bit faster there. But if I had de-shelled him, I would have killed him before the phase transition.
Don't want to lose, do ya?
Why is Imperil so much stronger than D-Shell? It's element specific or something? Let's wait on this mode long enough to get D-Shell off, I guess. So it'll make them, like, weak against the element if they have no resistances? Right on. Need to make a paradigm for when my allies run out of synergist things to do. I'm still trying to saboteur shit annoyingly like this. Probably need to have one of them be a medic. There's the shit. Oh, I forgot my commando party, that's right. No. If I don't get it this time, I'll just kill it while it's standing, but it blows to see it get so close to dead. And I have killed one before it stood up. I knew I was forgetting something here. That's the one I was forgetting. Whatever the hell Highwind is. Create a catastrophic blast clearing chain gauges. Damage varies by situation. What? Last resort to magic damage within a wide radius. End stagger when you use it? Oh, okay. So hopefully the auto battle doesn't do it until the stagger's about to end. So let's make a paradigm for Saboteur. Yes. Avenger. I see.
Follow my lead. Cheers. Eat this.
I appreciate it.
Perfect timing to swap here, right when she gets knocked in the air like that. No! God damn it. So annoying. I think I would have gotten that if she hadn't gotten launched on the instance I switched there. Oh, he's going down super fast again anyway. The reason he was going so slow before was just because I didn't see that Imperil wore off when he stood up. Well, I made some necessary changes. Oh, he wasn't actually a boss either.
Not with an attitude like that, we won't.
Really? It's a good comparison.
Appreciate it.
Take that!
Good time, but I gotta get to the save point. See if I can track one down after this fight here.
As if there was any doubt.
The enemies be double weak to an element? I'm going back here, okay. Future Marstead. Walk down the hallway. Technically working on Hope's next weapon upgrade, but you need to get 150,000 gil first. You've already done the first half of the upgrade. Fuck.